How can I see my video? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
My son's like turn.
Oh,
They've been working on this.
hey, I got audio.
Alex, give us like 2 seconds. We're just gonna get back together here.
A light on top of it.
Perfect.
Something real quick, Alex.
Yep.
Now there's like 6 plow trucks, 42 trucks, there's a bunch of rescue trucks and
One more time. Just say anything. Say hello.
Hi. Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
We're just turning you up, Alex.
All right, perfect. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check. How we sounding there in Frisco?
There we go. All right. Thank you so much, Alex, for
All
your
right.
patience.
Oh, well, yeah, thank you guys for your accommodation for letting me do this via Zoom. You know, I had the one ski trip of the season planned 6 months ago and wasn't planning on, having a couple of council position openings at the same time. So here we are.
Okay, no worries. Thank you so much. We're just getting
So
back together here.
lifetime tab, you know, the fee for them in like 97. Yeah, like $1,000 on. I'm like, what?
All right, so just to get everything back going again, thank you so much, everybody, for your patience. We had some technical issues there. So it is about, quarter past, when we're supposed to be beginning interviewing Mr. Beach. I have communicated with our next candidate already to let him know, as well, so that there's a good stagger there, for when he logs in. So it is 4:46 p.m. We're gonna get started. This is your first candidate to interview for your council vacancy seat. This is Alex Beach. And Mr. Mayor, I'll just turn it over to you.
Great, thanks. Cynthia.
Yeah, thank you.
Alex, thanks for your patience. Thanks for everyone online with your patience. Of course, after many hours of troubleshooting, as soon as we went to go live, we had to re-troubleshoot. So here we are. With that, Alex, just to lay out with where we're at. We've got 5 questions for you tonight, and if we have extra time, we may roll into a 6th, but the 30 minutes is for you to manage. So I would encourage you, you've been very respectful in the past, to pull up a timer. We're going to have one up on the wall that we'll be following. And with that, do you have any questions before we get going?
No, let's get started.
You got it. Great, thanks.
Hey, Alex, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. First question tonight, Alex, is there are times when residents may ask you to vote a particular way on an issue, but you must also consider long-term implications, county-wide concerns, and the potential for public criticism. How would you meet this unique set of challenges?
I think what's, really motivated me to run for council, is having that unique voice, having that renter, that multiple job haver, that demographic that makes up a big part of our town, I think is very important to have on council. I think we have a lot of other interests from the builder side, developer side, business owner side, 30-year resident side already voiced. So I understand that, not every constituency is going to have the same views. I've had plenty of conversations with people in town, and you guys as well, about, my housing views, my demographics, housing views in the town of Frisco. So I understand that, my views might be different from somebody else's. I think, having 7 members on town council, we can all kind of represent a little bit different viewpoint from the different people that live in our great town. So I understand that, I might have opposing viewpoints to some other people in town, some different interests, longer term impacts, et cetera, future residents, business owners, whatever. But my goal is to be the voice for, the people who are struggling to make ends meet in town, who have been here for a chunk of time, and can't really put roots down, who are still renting in their 30s and 40s, who can't afford housing, who work 5 jobs and have 5 roommates, and I'm willing to, take the flack from people that may have different opposing views than myself, to stick up for what I believe in, and for what I believe a lot of the residents of the town believe in, that don't really have a voice right now.
Thanks, Alex. We'll move on to question number 2, and that will be: describe a time when you worked with a diverse group of people to achieve a common goal. How did you ensure everyone's input was valued, and how did you contribute to the group's success?
I don't know if I'd say I've achieved anything yet, but certainly my work with housing initiatives here in town has brought me in contact with a lot of people from different constituencies. I certainly wouldn't have expected myself to become some sort of affordable housing lobbyist in the town. Been sitting down with all the members of council, one-on-one over the last few weeks and months, having conversations, having informal conversations with other citizens and business owners and people around town, trying to make some positive change, trying to galvanize support from other citizens, letter writing campaigns, letters to the editor, to the Summit Daily, bringing out a group of people to talk at the housing meeting a couple of weeks ago to share their viewpoints. I think that's still a work in progress. Haven't achieved our stated goals yet for that. But that has put me in touch with a lot of different members of the community, heard a lot of different viewpoints that, I didn't originally think about, and has raised some, have good conversations with some other people in town. In terms of something, maybe a little bit more concrete to your question, back in my, previous pre-ski bum Colorado life, I was a high school physics teacher in the Boston Public Schools. And there's this one program that me and my colleagues ran and developed in partnership with, Mass Audubon Society and some Boston Nature Preserve, Leave No Trace Foundation, and got some inner city kids out into, the local, parks close by Boston, and did a lot of wilderness education. That was a way to really kind of get a whole bunch of different activities and groups of people together to really provide some, concrete goals and work for these kids who wouldn't really get to experience this stuff before. So, I've also, been a teaching assistant in grad school and having to run, lecture halls and field trips and, field seminars for 100+ students, working with professors, working with students, working with administration. I was a coordinator for my undergraduates orientation program at Boston University as a 7,000 person undergrad class every summer. And we had to work with every department, at the college to kind of put that together and get 7,000 students matriculated into the university. And then more recently, I am managing the Island Grill down at the marina here in Frisco. And so, I'm constantly working with ownership and back of the house, front of the house, customers, the town, the marina staff, to try to make that operation move smoothly and, give our residents and our guests a great experience when they come visit us in the summertime.
Thanks.
Hey, Alex, it's Elizabeth, and I have question number 3 for you. Please describe how you would react to or represent the public a situation in which the council voted 4-3 on an issue.
How I would represent to the public on 4-3 to an issue.
Or how would you react or represent?
How would I react? I mean, that's democracy, right? It's not always unanimous. And we have a representative democracy in this country and in this town. And sometimes the vote is split and it's a close margin. Based on my personal experiences with council, I would tell people, hey, get involved. I've been coming to these council meetings every other week, for a long time now, and I rarely see other people show up. And my experiences with you guys and working with the town is, you listen. We don't always agree on everything, but you listen and you make time for the residents, and staff makes time for the residents. And so if people are concerned that, hey, it was a close vote on council, well, come out, participate, get your voice heard, bring your friends out, bring your family out. So council can kind of hear more from the people. And hopefully that can lead to some change, just saying, yeah, it's a close vote. We have some split opinions. The more we hear from our constituency, the more we hear from our residents of the town, the better informed decisions that council would be able to make.
Thank you.
Okay. Hey, Alex, Andy.
Hi.
Thanks for coming out for this. We all are very familiar with your position on housing and what's, how that's important to you. But, this position, we have to allocate a pretty large budget to a number of different things. Housing is only, one of the issues. Could you give me two or three other issues that say would be important to you, or that, the town of Frisco has influence over, that, that you might want to focus on?
Absolutely. I think a big one that, scares me as a hopefully future homeowner in the town is, fire prevention and mitigation. We have that urban wild interface. Every time I'm hiking up to Rainbow Lakes or on the bike path, I'm like, wow, we go from forest to Bill's Ranch to town, and there's no break. And we've had some close calls in some recent years with wildfire, and I only think it's going to get worse and worse. We've been lucky to have a few fire-free summers recently, but I can think back a couple summers ago being down at the marina and looking north, and there's a plume of smoke at the Williams fire, and looking south and there's a plume of smoke up on Peak 2 and Breckenridge. And it's something that's going to impact everybody in town is fire. And I'm sure everyone in council and residents of town has kind of noticed their insurance going up and their HOA fees going up. And primarily that is fire insurance. And obviously the town council can't regulate the insurance industry. But we could have power about mitigation efforts in town, doing fire breaks or more burn piles, working with the Forest Service and working with the county and kind of clearing out those dead lodgepole pines out of Mason Town, Rainbow Lake, that whole area that surrounds town. I think that's a big issue for sure. It definitely impacts people's property values. I've noticed listings being pulled down off Zillow and reposted for $20,000, $50,000 less because HOA fees are skyrocketing due to fire insurance. So it's going to impact everybody in the town. So that's definitely one that I think is really important. Two, and I wish I had more time at the council meetings when I go speak. I feel like I'm always there kind of complaining or saying what's going wrong. But one thing that I have been a fan of that you guys have been working on is the new town comprehensive plan, and trying to find that middle ground for our kind of immediate development in town between finding that balance between growth and diversity and density. And I think that's been a positive, and I would like to continue working on that if I have the opportunity to come on town council. I think we're going in a good direction with that. Another positive that the town has done recently that I support and would want to continue to work on projects like that are all the marina upgrades. I've been working down at the Island Grill for 10 years and I've seen the change down there, and man, it's a beautiful, beautiful project. And I think it really makes Frisco a year-round destination. I get to very intimately see the residents and visitors' reactions to that amenity, and how much it brings to the town. Now that new the lawn has been completed, had a few of those big events over the summer. The reaction that I get is people want more of that, more of those big events down there on the lawn. They've been super successful. They bring a lot of people to town. I'm sure those people then wander down Main Street and give a lot of money to our bars and restaurants, or stay in some of the lodging there because they want to go to a show down at the marina. And that's an amazing project. So thank you guys for that. Also, something that I'd like to learn a little bit more about that I think is going to be important, especially based on the comprehensive plan, where we're that middle ground scenario where we're looking at maybe a little bit more development and density, is kind of our water rights and water use for the future. Demand is only going to go up, especially if something about Lake Hill happens. I know that's a big sticking point, is the water rights. But demand's going up and supply is becoming more variable. We have a couple bad winters in a row with low snowpack. We're going to have some issues. So I think those are some other things that I would want to focus on if I was able to get on town council.
Yeah, that's great. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Dan?
Hey, Alex, Dan Kib.
Hey.
How you doing, buddy? How's it skiing?
It was pretty good. Just working our way back south from British Columbia. So it was first time getting up there to go skiing, and it did not disappoint. So it was a good
Awesome.
time.
Hey, I had a question for you.
Yeah.
If conflicts can arise when making decisions that impact the community, can you provide an example of a time when you encountered a conflict within a decision group? How did you or your group handle it? And what was the outcome?
Conflict with a group. Give me a second to think of a good example for you guys. I would say, going back to my teaching experience, in Boston Public Schools, trying to advocate for, new teacher resources, funding, support from administration, and, getting pushback on, budget constraints and time constraints from staff and things like that, and trying to advocate for, myself and other teachers in my situation and our students, and having to work with the administration and the district to try to, come to some sort of conclusion, and that resulted in, mediations and meetings and, PTA work. And, we were able to, I was in a pretty poor school, trying to teach science, with, no materials for labs and letting them actually participate and do some hands-on work. And so trying to advocate for, getting a bigger budget to buy some of these materials so I could provide a good educational experience for my students, was going through the bureaucracy of a super large city public school system, was very, very challenging. And, took about 6 months of the school year, to finally to break through, but I was able to get an increase in some materials, both, through kind of public-private partnerships, reached out to some of the universities, and institutions in Boston that I had connections with, got some donations so we could have some materials for the science experiments, and being able to actually give a little bit more hands-on experience for those students. So that'd be one example where there was some conflict and had to kind of work through the bureaucratic hoops to achieve, maybe not my ultimate wishes for how much resources and time we kind of wanted, but finding a nice middle ground solution based on what was available.
Great. With that, Alex, we've got 13 minutes left, so we'll move into our sixth question, and
Yeah.
this works for you.
Absolutely.
Here, yeah, sure.
Hey, Alex, could you tell us what we might not have heard or read about you that we need to know prior to considering you against the other candidates?
I think you guys know that I could be very tenacious and stubborn, and when I'm passionate about something, I'm going to work for it. And I think that is a trait that I've had all my life, and is something that I would want to take into my time at council and really, get some work done and work for these things that I'm passionate about, and that other residents and people in town are passionate about, being an advocate for them and a fighter for them. I think that is kind of my biggest attribute for town council is, I have this different demographic, this different experience. Some of the members of council, might have been in, more of my position and, our position years ago, decades ago, but are no longer there. And I think there's so many people in the town of Frisco that are in this demographic and that are struggling for these basic needs and to survive in our town. We need a voice, and we need a voice of somebody who is going to be stubborn and be tenacious and fight for the things that we need, and be able to pull whatever levers of power we have in a small town government to try to enact some change. So I think that's super important. Another thing that, since we have some time that I want to say is like, this is not something that I ever thought I'd be doing or attempting to do or aspired to do, right? Like I already have 4 jobs, right? I don't need a 5th job. I'm trying to do this because I think that there is a need in our community. And I think I've kind of just ended up in a position where I can help provide that need and I can be that voice for these people. I've kind of fallen into being a member of town council, de facto over the last few months, trying to get some policy change in town and some constructive work done. And, I'd like to continue to be able to do that and make some positive change for our community because I love our community. I love the town of Frisco. It is my home. I don't want to go somewhere else. I don't want to restart my life. I want to be a part of the Frisco. I want to be a part of this community. And there's a lot of other people that, want to be a part of this community too, and are having a hard time. And I think that we need to really focus on keeping our community members here so we can stay vibrant and we can stay, economically sound and we can stay funky and cool and all the things that make Frisco home that we all love. And that's why we're here. So that's really what I'm fighting for.
Great. Thanks very much, Alex.
Of course.
Do you have anything else you want to add? Give you another minute or so.
No, that's kind of my closing statement. I know you guys are already a little bit behind schedule with the IT issues, and you had a long night ahead of you with a lot of candidates. So I'll, maybe cut my time a little bit short, let you catch up a little bit because I know you all have other jobs too, and you have family and a lot of, we all work really hard to make it work in Frisco, and you guys got a lot to do, and we appreciate all the work that you do. And I thank you for taking the time to speak with me tonight and letting me zoom in from Montana at the moment. I'll be home in a few days, and I look forward to being back in Frisco.
Great. Thanks, Alex. Have
Yeah.
a good rest of the trip.
Yeah, take care. Thank you.
So we're gonna work to try and get Durant online. Stacy's working with them, so he may be a few minutes out.
I don't know if that's.
We're good. Okay. Yeah. Having a buffer in between will be good for everybody, if that's where we land.
Time.
Yeah.
There he is.
Super. That's it.
Yeah, can you hear us? Just trying to do a quick audio check.
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. Do you have the ability to be, oh, there he is. Okay, look at that. Mr. Mayor, your second candidate, Durant Abernathy, ready to go.
Great. Thank you, Stacy.
Yeah.
Hi, Durant. Thanks for zooming in tonight and taking the time to meet with us this evening. We're going to have a series of questions. We've got 5 standard questions, and if we have extra time, we have 1 extra question that we may put in there if time allows, but it's very fluid interview process. But with that, we'll, do you have any questions before we get going?
No problem.
Great.
Hey, good evening, Durant. Good to see you.
You as well, sir.
Yeah. There are times when residents may ask you to vote a particular way on an issue, but you must also consider long-term implications, community-wide concerns, and potential for public criticism. How will you meet this unique set of challenges?
Well, I think in my line of work, I have spoken to people from many different backgrounds and many different perspectives in the town and the county. I feel that gives me a little bit of experience in seeing different sides of a topic. In terms of the intimidation, if you will, I certainly have people that feel very strongly about a certain care plan or how their condition should be managed. And I have to stick with the evidence, stand my ground. And I think that's something I have a lot of experience with and would easily be able to extrapolate to this environment as well.
All right, thank you.
Great. Second question, Durant, is describe a time when you worked with a diverse group of people to achieve a common goal. How did you ensure everyone's input was valued, and how did you contribute to the group's success?
I feel like we have done a lot of team building exercises across different specialties, again, different cultural backgrounds. I would like to think in many of these contexts, I have tried to be the leader on some of these issues and try to keep things moving. But honestly, through a lot of these team building exercises, I have learned that sometimes I need to let things take more of a natural course. I think during the pandemic, there was a lot of pivoting in terms of how to even get patients in the clinic safely, manage that with the safety of other patients. And given the constraints of our building or other places, we had a lot of limitations. But I think that was one specific example where I think we did the best we could to service our community while keeping both staff and providers safe. I'd like to think that I had a spearheading role in that. That would probably be one of my more recent examples. Did I answer the question? Thank you.
My question for you is, please describe how you would react to or represent to the public a situation in which the council voted 4-3 on an issue.
I think we have to respect the majority decision. I don't think I imagine most decisions aren't very clean cut. I imagine there's at least one or two that may dissent at any time, but certainly shouldn't come down to anything that antagonizes the group and the decision we reached. I hope I would be supportive of the decision we reached and respectful of my fellow council members.
All right, Durant, thanks for applying and showing your interest here. Based off of your application, I think we're all pretty clear that workforce housing is really important to you. And I appreciate what you're doing in the neighborhood as far as adding an ADU on your house to create more workforce housing. But workforce housing is really one very small part of the rather large budget that we have to allocate and give direction for. And so could you give us your top 2 or 3 issues that the town of Frisco has influence over and what's important to you and what would essentially be on your agenda?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking. Yes, I agree that workforce housing is important. I worry that because town of Frisco is built out more to any extent than I believe any of our neighboring townships, we are definitely going to see more scrapes. In the process of me pursuing an ADU, I felt there were some minor issues that might make it a little easier for people to pursue an ADU as opposed to a scrape. I worry about the amount of waste that a scrape will generate, not only for our landfill, but just stuff that could have been repurposed and reused. And I understand most of our contractors or people that work in that line, they're not going to be really excited about anything that forces them to minimize waste or recycling. And I prefer to be much more of a carrot rather than a stick, but it's a difficult problem to tackle. How do we incentivize reducing waste, not scraping when we can? But something else I noticed was, I thought relatively absent, was the lack of pushing me towards materials that were Firewise. I believe there are many HOAs, and we have a very patchwork quilt of HOAs proposing different things, but a lot of them are still flammable materials. Barnwoods. I know one of our local residents who recently built in the reserve actually had to push back against the reserve's HOA restrictions to use more Firewise materials. And even just, I happened to be at this funeral, which is a bunch of firefighters. They were mentioning the fact that most of our gable vents into our attic was a major source of spreading fires. And I don't believe we are up to date on the millimeter or size that those openings should be. So in short, I would like to bring some Firewise building recommendations into anything that, especially anything that's going to be scraped and rebuilt, but also into renovations. And if we can partner with High Country Conservatory or do anything to make it, just a little easier for our contractors to say, hey, this is metal roofing, this is metal siding scrap. We don't have to put this in the landfill. We have recycling mechanisms in place, but we can't make it too financial of a hindrance.
Sure. So that had to do with building, and that's great. I'd like your answers there. How about one other issue that we might touch?
Absolutely.
Anything you think of? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just one other issue. Accessibility. I'm one of the only internists in the county. Generally, I am seeing the older demographic of our population. And as I was gathering signatures, there was a key theme about the lack of specialty services, which is inherent to most towns in the community, or the mountain community, but also the housing. And I'm sorry to bring it back to building, but if we're building these 3-story townhomes, these aren't very accessible for people who don't have access to a ground floor bedroom, ground floor bathroom, and we have many people trying to deal with those issues. And so I hope future building would accommodate that better. I feel like I went back to building and you asked me to touch on a different topic. I guess my biggest other topic would be I try to be environmentally conscious and pet friendly. I have 2 Great Danes. I know many people in Frisco have animals. I've always been a little frustrated that Frisco didn't have more of a designated pet area that was safe.
Froze up a little bit.
Zoom.
Yeah. Sorry, we lost you. If you could hear us.
Frozen, working it out.
There we go.
It's back.
My phone lost it there. I had been looking for a place that might be amenable to becoming a more pet-friendly area, and that park was one that stood out to me. I know there were some plans made about parks in previous sessions in the recent years, but I'll admit I don't know exactly where that stands.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Hey, Durant, it's Dan Kibbe. Got a question for you. As you know, a lot of decisions we make can have impact and conflict in the community. Can you provide an example of a time you encountered a conflict within a decision group? How did you or your group handle it? And what was the outcome?
Lost you again, we're frozen.
I was thinking.
And Durant, if you can hear us, there you go. You were frozen again.
Yes, I can hear you. I was just trying to think of a more specific example that created more conflict. I can't think of a very specific community example. Again, unfortunately, with my current experience, I have to go back to hospital-based decisions. But I apologize. I don't have a great example where I feel there was a significant conflict that I can characterize off the top of my head. I try to empathize with other positions, but if I feel strongly about something and that it is generally for the greater good without encroaching on the rights of others, I will tend to stand up for that fact. But if I'm the minority in the room, I understand that there is a majority rules decision and I accept that.
Great, thank you for that. With that, we still have some time left. We're going to ask you our bonus question. And from that, this question, there you go, buddy.
Durant, could you tell us what we might not have heard about you or read about you that we need to know prior to considering you against the other candidates?
I think a lot of people think of physicians as book nerds. I definitely tried to push back against that idea. In fact, I've always liked the idea of the Renaissance man that, jack of all trades, but maybe master of none. I actually have experience in a variety of blue collar trades. I learned a lot of electrical from my brother-in-law that was an electrician. I learned HVAC and plumbing from my best friend's father, who employed me in the summers, ran and operated my own landscaping company. But it was at about age 22, my back started to hurt already, and I realized that wasn't the most sustainable path forward. But even going into medicine, a lot of times it makes more sense to major in biology and chemistry because you have to take all of those anyways. I actually majored in philosophy. I thought it was fun and it was helpful for me at that time in my life to think deep thoughts about a lot of difficult questions. But I also think that helped me understand a variety of perspectives and multiple different answers to the same question. So I like to bring my breadth of understanding of several different things to any decisions I make. And I hope that would make me a helpful member of the council.
Thank you for that.
Great, thank you, Durant. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Not really. I'm just kind of the sore thumb here in DC at an Irish funeral, and I haven't drank all night, so I have to go back and mingle.
Thanks we all appreciate you taking time out of your funeral to join us this evening.
I really appreciate you guys accommodating us. This was actually a pretty unique experience. I got to do Arlington and the whole 21 gun salute, and it's moving. It is quite impressive.
Great. Thank you for your time. Have a good rest of the trip out there.
Everyone as well. Thank you very much. See you soon, hopefully.
Yeah, how about if you guys need a few minutes? Is everyone good?
I might hit the head real quick, but
Let's see.
We're gonna schedule anyway. Sure.
What's this?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
I know the cloud book. What? Tell you why. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Mayor, this is your second candidate of the evening, Robin Goldstein.
Great. Hi, Robin. Thanks for participating. Thanks for being early. It's very dynamic timing with the technology and having not pre-run our questions for timing wise. So with that, we're going to have 5, potential for a 6th question as we go through. You'll have 30 minutes. There's a timer on the wall. And it's for you to manage your time. You're making some follow-up questions. And with that, we'll get rolling.
Good evening, Robin. Thank you for being here tonight. There are times when residents may ask you to vote a particular way on an issue, but you must also consider other long-term implications, community-wide concerns, and the potential for public criticism. How will you meet this unique set of challenges?
That's kind of all about, you know, being part of a group and not one person voting. And also the fact that you guys have created such a comprehensive strategic plan and legislative policy and all sorts of plans that will kind of outline the direction that the town of Frisco wants to go. When I was talking to Rick the other day, we talked about how things take a really long time and it's important to kind of stay on track. And also continue to take into account, you know, what does the community need right now, not necessarily what does one person want in the moment, and to kind of look forward into the future and see, you know, what might be the best fit for the collective goals that everybody's kind of agreed upon. If that answers your question.
Sure. That's your answer. That's your answer.
That's my answer.
That answers the question.
Not a very specific answer, but it's a broad answer.
Thank you.
You're going to see a theme. We're going to go this way. So question number 2 is describe a time when you worked with a diverse group of people to achieve a common goal. How did you ensure everyone's input was valued, and how did you contribute to the group's success?
Yeah, there are so many times that I've worked in groups, and groups can look different every time, whether or not that's, you know, the people that I work with in my office or the people who I'm starting a nonprofit with. We all have kind of different values with similar goals, and conflict always arises. It's just kind of nature of working together in a group of humans. With that, I think it's really important, like I said before in the previous question, to have that kind of main goal that we're working towards, and to set aside our own personal egos, ideas, agendas, and make sure that we can be, 1, functioning as a group, and 2, make a decision that follows that main goal that we've all kind of set out to achieve. Can you ask the question one more time so I make sure I didn't miss any of it?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Describe a time when you worked with a diverse group of people to achieve a common goal. How did you ensure everyone's input was valued, and how did you contribute to the group's success?
In terms of making sure people feel valued and heard, I think communication is the basis of most disagreements and conflicts. So I think it's really important to make sure that everybody is heard, that we can document, you know, somebody wants X, somebody wants Y, and just make sure that that didn't just get blown over. As a therapist, I feel like I'm pretty good at making sure people feel heard, and not steamrolling people. and it can get challenging when there's passionate things on the table to talk about. In terms of my sort of participation in problem solving in diverse groups of people, I feel like I mean, there are definitely times that I take a passionate stand. And then there are times where I realize that maybe I'm not the expert on this, maybe somebody else is. I can listen to what they're saying and try to make an informed decision, and to let somebody else lead when that fits. I don't think we all need to be the ones in charge all the time and the ones making the decision 100% of the time.
Great, thanks.
Hi, Robin.
Hi.
I'm Elizabeth.
Nice to meet you.
So my question is this. Let's say there's a controversial, big issue, hot topic, something well-known in the community. Could you describe how you would react to it or represent the public? Or wait, let me start over. I'm nervous too. Could you describe how you would react to or represent to the public that situation when there's a 3-4 vote?
So just to make sure I understand
Yes,
your
sorry.
question correctly, when there's a controversial topic happening in town and there's a 3-4 vote, how would I go about like addressing a community member or?
Yeah, how would you react to it or represent that topic in public? Or that decision, I should say.
I think something that I really value about what happens in this room is that it's public, it's transparent. And I think that is really important in assuring that assuring the community members that there was thought going into decisions that were being made. There are people advocating for both sides if it was a 3-4 vote. And I think that would be just something that I would explain to them of, you know, this was a significant topic and it was not taken lightly. And there was a lively discussion about it that you're welcome to reference and watch. And this is how government works. And this is how democracy is. We don't always get what we want, which is unfortunate at times, but it's also what, you know, checks and balances. It's important.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, it came out a little jumbled.
No, that's good. Hi, Robin.
Thank
I'm Andy. So workforce housing is generally our top issue on our minds, especially as locals. Can you come up with potentially 2 or 3 other issues that the town of Frisco has influence over, and workforce housing is only a small part of the large budget that we're allocating. And so what are things that are important to you that might be at the forefront of what you'd like to see happen and how?
Yeah, housing is a big thing and it's not everything. As a therapist in the community, I work in community mental health. I see a lot of things that happen in this community on a very intimate level, just by hearing people's stories. And that is something that I'm passionate about, is learning from what people are experiencing and working to make those changes. This is something that I've noticed a lot of is, our community is built on tourism and on the restaurant industry. And that industry is also very heavily inundated with substance misuse. And it makes it really hard for people who want to be here, who want to live here, and who want to be sober to find a job. And also to find housing that is affordable and sober. There's no sober living in this county. That is, I think, a big problem and a big barrier for a lot of people in their journey to have a different relationship with substances. With that being said, mental health in general is something that I'm really passionate about. Something that I love about what the town of Frisco does is valuing connection with other people. That's something that I've noticed with a lot of my clients, that people just don't have connection. And that is such a detriment to their mental health. And so being able to foster that and to really note that it's more than just an added value to this community, it is actually people's lives. And I think that's really important. Another thing that I'm also really passionate about is fire preparedness, sustainability, and just building a future that is hopefully will keep the town of Frisco alive. Climate change is a big issue, and I think Frisco is quite a vulnerable town in terms of wildfires. It's almost not an if, but a when. And I think having, you know, a solid plan for wildfire preparedness is really important. And I know that's something that you all have been doing a lot with. I saw the presentation that Excel gave about what they're doing, and I think it's really cool that that's a priority, and I would like to continue making that a priority, along with the recycling. I know that's been an issue that you all have been working on, especially with HOAs. It's been a bit challenging to figure out how to make sure everybody can follow these new standards. And that's something that I'm really excited about. I think it's awesome. I almost started a compost company here a long time ago. And I'm glad that the city or the county at least has composting, but I could go on. There's a lot of things that I'm excited about. Those are some of the top few.
Yeah.
And just one more thing. With, you know, one of the reasons that I am sitting here right now is because the world is a little scary. And I want to be able to feel like I can do something to help protect the people in this community. So with that being said, just working to help ease people's minds as things change rapidly federally. So whatever that might look like, I'm not quite sure, but that's something that I'm paying attention to.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks. Dan.
Hello, Robin. My name is Dan. Thanks for applying. We need new fresh faces. Got a thing, conflicts can arise when making decisions that impact a community. Can you provide an example of a time when you encountered a conflict within a decision group? How did you or the group handle it, and what was the outcome?
That's a great question. Conflict is something that I feel like I am well versed in. As a therapist, it's always a fine line of you know, maintaining rapport, maintaining a working relationship, and also getting work done, achieving goals. With that being said, in terms of like group dynamics, I've been working on starting a nonprofit, and that's been a rocky and very enlightening and exciting road for me. And there's oftentimes conflicts, especially in new, small, developing organizations. And so something that I've kind of sort of leaned into is this idea of like, I have my lane and somebody else has theirs. I have the things that I'm good at, and it's not everything. Like I said earlier, just being able to have a conversation with someone and to realize like, okay, I have an opinion, but I don't need to have a strong opinion here. I'm not the expert here. And I'm not the one in charge all the time. So, you know, if I don't get what I want, then that's okay. And dealing with conflict in that sense is, you know, it's kind of, we have to set our egos aside, while also maintaining our integrity, and our humility, and being able to continue to work as a group together, because conflict will tear apart groups, and in that sense, they'll also tear apart goals. So I don't think there's a one answer of how to avoid conflict or how to necessarily deal with conflict. But it's about having the shared goal of, we want to continue doing this. How can we continue doing this? I ski patrol at Breck part-time, and something that is part of our values, I guess, is act with and assume positive intent. And ever since I started patrolling, I've always kind of kept that in my mind as a mantra. We're all trying to do the best we can. We're all trying to support this community the best we can. And if we can assume that in others, we can get farther than if we fight it. That's my opinion.
Great answer.
Tell Hunter we said Ash.
Yeah.
Lots.
That we have one more question here for you.
Robin, please tell us what we might not have heard or read about you that we need to know prior to considering you against the other candidates.
To know about me. I think something that makes me maybe different than some of the other candidates, and I mean, I'm 32. I have lived in this county for 10, 11-ish years. And this is a place that I'm really passionate about. This is where I call home. I've set a lot of roots here, not only in the work that I do, but my community and everything. I think it's really important to have somebody who has a background in mental health and has worked at the sheriff's office and at the detox and here and it's community mental health. Somebody who's involved. I do happen to have my hands in a lot of pots right now, and I think that brings that allows me to have a unique perspective on what's happening in this town. One thing that Rick asked me the other day is, do I have time for this? And I think that that's a very legitimate question. And I've put a lot of thought into it, and this is something that I'm passionate about, and I will make time for it. It does work with my schedule, so that's important. But yeah, to answer your question again, I think I bring a unique set of values and perspectives to this room, as each of you do. And I think that's what makes county and city government so impactful, is that we can all come from different backgrounds and represent different types of people in this community.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. We have a little bit of time. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I'm not always the most talkative person. And I think that is a strength at times. I think we can be mindful with our words, and we don't have to take up a lot of space to make a point. So yeah, that's me.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you, Robin.
For now.
You're all square. Thank you.
11 minutes in between. We'll see if.
Yeah, let's plan for maybe for another 5 minutes. And then if the next Robin is here, let's roll in.
I'm getting to know my.
If we're
Just so we
ready.
can take advantage of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
It's
Fire, rescue.
I was straight ranting about how awesome my staff is.
She did that last week.
She did?
Yes. That's great.
There's a 250 here. I got outbid it on that. And that's an 85,000 miles. But it's a rescue. It looks like they're mountain rescue.
Mr. Mayor, this is your fourth candidate of the evening. Thank you. This is Robin Capel or Capel. I'm so sorry.
Hi, Robin. I'm Rick. So we're gonna go through a series of questions. We've got 5 and we're gonna go through them, and if we have time, we'll get into a 6th. And the council may have some follow-up questions as we move through the process. Do you have any questions before we get going? Great.
Hey, Robin, thanks for being here. I'm Martin. Good to meet you. The first question tonight, there are times when residents may ask you to vote in a particular way on an issue, of course, but you must also consider long-term implications, community-wide concerns, and the potential for public criticism. How would you meet this unique set of challenges?
Well, first of all, thank you for allowing me to be here and take part in this process. When somebody asks me to vote a certain way, I'm going to tell them that I'm not going to do that, but I would take their points into consideration and share their issues with others, but I absolutely will not take any position that is provided to me as an ultimatum.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Cool. Just getting my notes squared away. Okay, great. Thanks. Describe a time when you worked with a diverse group of people to achieve a common goal. How did you ensure everyone's input was valued, and how did you contribute to the group's success?
Well, I would have to take that to my present position that in my career, where I'm in development of surgery centers across the country, and most of my time has been in development. So I had to actually work with different groups of people to make sure that we attained our goals at the end, which was to be licensed and to provide patient care in a good quality, safe manner. And in order to do that, everybody had to be on the same page, but having said have to be, I want people to buy into it and feel like it's part of their process. So I've always asked people, what do you see? How do you see this coming about? What are your objectives? How we can put those all together as one and be one group and consistent, and then follow through with that. Because in my particular profession, we always have to go to the next level. So we all have to be cohesive in our effect. So those end results are a combination of everybody's input.
Great, thank you.
Hi, Robin. My name's Elizabeth. My question is, please describe how you would react to or represent to the public a situation in which the council voted 4-3 on a big issue, like maybe a controversial issue.
The public in general coming up to me, or me reading about their displeasure in the newspaper, such as Dylan, perhaps, where there's not a public opinion was not towards what the council had voted for. And so I see that as a political upheaval, and I would hopefully not get in that situation. I would just have to go along with the vote, and that's how I would have to say. That would be my ending statement. But it's unfortunate that, you know, the public can go that direction, but it's also something I think could be preventable in the beginning before the vote is even casted.
When you say preventable before the vote is casted, could you?
Sure. So, I don't want to take the example of our neighbor, but I feel that perhaps there should have been more dialogue about the pros and cons of voting for a particular development before going into a vote. And maybe getting more dialogue from the residents and the people who live there and getting more of their input. I think something that magnitude really needs to have a lot of time and a lot of buy-in and a lot of questions answered. So.
Thanks.
Very good. Hi, how are you? I'm Andy. Thanks for being here. Thanks for showing interest and being passionate about your town as we are.
Yes.
So, you know, workforce housing is pretty much first and foremost for most people applying, as well as at the forefront of what's important to us. Could you give us 2 or 3 other issues that the town of Frisco might have influence over, we might make decisions about, and or, you know, how it relates to what's important to you?
Okay.
Your agenda.
Well, I think the housing situation is extremely important. I've been here since 2013, and I've seen a lot of changes in the town of Frisco. Some good, mostly good, some a little bit off. I see a lot of empty second and third homes that have been recently built. I would hope that there's more overseeing of multiple constructions, units being built that also include deed restriction. Case in point, I think it was in today's paper, maybe yesterday's paper, that a multiple development was proposed to the planning commission, I believe, but it didn't even have a deed restriction unit in it, and it went back, and then it came back with a deed restriction unit. I'm like, I'm not sure why we can't just say, hey, if you're going to be building these multi-units, you need to have a deed restriction. There has to be something there. And I can understand why the town probably doesn't want to make that ruling, because how is that going to affect a single family home? So it kind of has to be equally distributed. But that one thing that was in the paper yesterday, I was like, why didn't they just put deed restriction right from the beginning, from the get-go? So I think that's important. The second thing I find is the folks who have businesses can't hire people because they have no place for them to live. I know a couple businesses that have actually built units above their businesses to house their employees, which I think is really great. I'm not sure if they get credit for that, but I think that's a great idea. Having workforce housing is super important, and I'm really happy about the one that they finished on Granite Street. And they did that collaboratively with the state CDOT and with Summit County. I think having a collaborative, structured, proposed building plan is really important. Even though those really aren't for purchase, they are for rent. But it meets the needs of the workers.
Sure. So just along those lines, as most of that really has to do with workforce housing, which I fully appreciate because that's all part of the big picture. We have a large budget that we have to allocate here, and really there's a small portion that goes to that. There's a much larger portion going to many other things. Are there any things that you can think of beyond workforce housing and or building in general? You know, is there anything that comes?
As far as
to
deed restricted housing?
No, as far as, you know, how we allocate our budget, right? So there are different
Right.
departments, there are different
Well,
projects.
I do have a copy of your organizational chart.
Mhm.
And one of the things that, when I was going around getting signatures from folks, I concentrated on Main Street and I got a lot of signatures from owners, business owners. And I also spoke to some owners who could not sign my signature petition because they were not within the Frisco boundaries. And one of the discussions that came out was that some of the people who own the businesses weren't feeling heard. And I know we all send out text messages and querying and that type of thing. I kind of feel that going around and talking to people one-on-one was really informational to me to understand. And I think it would be informational to you guys, even though you do collectively send out these queries. But when you go in and talk to people, they kind of open up and they're a little bit more willing to give an idea of what's going on. So one of my thoughts would be, and this is not for you guys to do, I think it's on their responsibility to organize themselves and have a, you know, some kind of group meeting on Main Street, the owners. What do you really need? What do you want? Do you really want those carpets in the summertime? Like, who wants them? Who doesn't want them? What is it? You know, how is it helping them or not helping them? You know, not being able to vote or have any kind of say because they don't actually live within your boundaries for voting. But they own, I mean, they own their business there and they're still doing work there and they're still supporting by paying taxes. So that was one thing. The other thing that I'm passionate about is that Stay in Summit and that Hilltop project, I'm hoping goes through. I know it's going to take a lot because it's a collaboration between the county and the town. It's my understanding that I talked to Andy. I don't know if you know Andy. She's on the board of Stay in Summit. And she was telling me that this week the architects were coming around to look at the property and she was super excited. And I'm excited to go to the board meeting later on this month to listen about that. And I think that would be a really good project because it involves the county and it involves the town and it's part of the partnership that you all have.
Is this the Lake Hill? Yeah.
Is that what I said?
No, it's okay, but yeah, I just wanted to clarify. Yeah.
Yes, Lake Hill project.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hello, Robin. My name is Dan.
Hi.
Question for you here. As you know, making decisions here, it impacts the citizens and can create conflict. And could you provide an example of a time when you encountered a conflict within a decision group? How did you or your group handle it and what was the outcome?
Well, it all goes back to what I've done for the last 20 years, and that's in development. And a lot of the issues that I've come across have always been involved with money and allocation of resources. So I've always had to come up with a plan saying, okay, give and take, what can we give, what can we take? I have to always respond to the governing board, which is made up of the investors for the centers. Most of my centers, almost all my centers, actually, except for the one in Dartmouth, was for profit. So I had to answer to the investors, and I had to make sure that they were happy with what the results were. So if I had to have a discussion with a physician who wanted something special, I'm like, okay, well, that's 500 grand. You know, what are you going to give up for that? Somebody else might want something else. I'm like, okay, guys, you have to pick something. So a lot of my going back and forth has been with the docs. And they've come to, you know, reasonable terms and have been able to pick what they needed. Staffing wise, I've been, you know, held accountable for budgetary reasons for staffing. So we've always encouraged people to be more flexible and cross-train, and that has always been helpful. And I think the buy-in by the staff has been really great because they could be in opposites. They could be in opposite corners. But when they understand that we're working as a group and that we can cover each other and be safe doing so, and I had to give them reasons how that quality and safety are like almost together and that they can do this. And so I can take different channels to do that, educational wise, organizational wise, going out and getting resources to come in and help me do that. I haven't had any problems going through that. And I've been very, you know, helpful and positive about it.
Thanks. Great, thank you. With that, we have some time, so we'll have another question here for you.
Robin, please tell us what we might not have heard or read about you that we need to know prior to considering you against the other candidates.
Something bad or good? Recent history or past history? Oh, gosh. I haven't had too many issues since I've lived here. I'm trying to be more aware of mental health issues. I think that once you get older, you become more aware of how mental health can affect people. My family in particular has had healthcare, you know, mental health care issues. Nothing that has kept me from doing what I like to do, but it's made me more aware. And hopefully, some of the objectives that are outlined in your strategic plan include mental health awareness.
Thank you for that.
Great, thank you. Last thing, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I think you guys are doing an awesome job. I read through the minutes for the last couple of years. Your dedication 2 times a month is incredible. You spend many, many hours. I notice a big change in the town of Frisco, in the development of housing, in safety, and looking around at the other communities. I think Frisco has got it covered. I think you guys are great.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and you're Tracy? Stacy.
Stacy.
She does an awesome job.
Yes, she does. Thank
She
you very
needs
much.
an assistant. She really needs an assistant. I love her minutes.
I'll give you the $20 later.
Gee.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Get with you.
So with that, everybody will
just a recess.
Take a recess. I was trying to get that word out. Take a recess until 7 p.m. Thank you very much.
All right. Nobody else ready? We can't just. It was a Maui.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stacy, let me know when you're ready.
Right there, is your
Oh, yeah.
He's the realtor.
We're on mic and recording.
Super, thank you. It's 7 o'clock and we're going to resume our regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council. And with that, we're going to continue our interview process for our vacant town council opening. And with that, Stacy.
So your next candidate, Mr. Mayor, is Jamie Callan.
Great. Hi, Jamie. Welcome. Thanks for taking the time to come over. With that, we're going to go through 5 questions with an option for 6 if time allows. There may be some follow-up questions as we go through. Do you have any questions before we get going? No? Gotcha. Great.
Yeah, thanks for being here tonight. First question, there are times when residents may ask you to vote a particular way on an issue. You also have to consider long-term implications, community-wide concerns, and the potential for public criticism. How would you meet this unique set of challenges?
How would I meet? I think over time and through work experience, I've developed a pretty deliberative decision-making process. So other people's opinions, strongly held opinions, while important, don't really sway my decision-making past what the facts of the matter are. I worked in advertising for a long time. It's a very, very aggressive and sort of pushy industry. So you get used to lots of very, very strong opinions and you kind of learn to be able to absorb everything, make a decision, and then move on.
All right, thank you.
Great. Jamie, with that, we have a question number 2. Please describe a time when you worked with a diverse group of people to achieve a common goal. How did you ensure everyone's input was valued, and how did you contribute to the group's success?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I suppose, again, work-wise in advertising and design, I used to work on some fairly large installation projects with teams of very strongly opinioned people from diverse backgrounds. So we would have engineers, we have architects, we'd have writers, we have illustrators. We'd have the sales team, which had their own prerogative on what we needed to be doing. So I guess I'm not sure exactly what you are getting at, but that's definitely, real life experience with large groups of people with divergent desires, but all the same goal. But, when you work in the corporate environment, sales and marketing, business development don't always see eye to eye, but everybody wants to get over the finish line and be successful. So it's sort of being able to integrate everyone's desires into a common purpose.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Jamie. My question is, describe how you would react to or represent to the public a situation in which the council voted 4-3 on a particular issue, and let's say it's a hot topic, a big issue. How would you react to it and represent it in public, the decision overall?
Yeah, I think you have to, again, feel like I'm overusing the word, but have to articulate to people that it's a deliberative body. It's 7 individuals. Everyone is obviously entitled to their opinion and their vote once they're on council. And, if you're on the 3, in the end, you do need to agree with the body's majority and support it, because that's just how it is. And if you happen to be on the side of the 4, then you don't want to stick it to the other people, because we're all here to work together once again. So I think you just have to tell people that it's not always easy. And when it came down to it, the council voted and we're going to have to support the decision.
Thank you.
Very good. Hi, Jamie. So workforce housing is, at the forefront of most of our priorities. But we allocate a very large budget for the town, and there's many other things that we spend money on and we put efforts towards. Can you come up with maybe 3 different items or initiatives that the town of Frisco has influence over that we end up, that you might assume we make decisions on, that sort of thing? What's important to you? What would essentially be on your agenda, the important things?
So are these sort of priorities outside of housing?
Yeah, outside of workforce housing, because I know
obviously.
that's important to you.
Right. That's
And,
5 of the top 3 issues.
Well, 5 of the top 3 issues. Good way to put that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm currently a member of the Frisco Arts and Culture Committee, given my background as a designer and art director. Public art is important to me. I think it's great, the support that the town has given it so far. Just beyond the aesthetics of it, it is, shown that communities that engage in public art, it's just good for the overall community. It's good for the economy, et cetera. So that's definitely something that I find important. Additionally, I spent probably 12 years as a Nordic ski coach, longer as a youth soccer coach, but I really got attached to the Frisco Nordic Center. I think it's an amazing amenity that a lot of people don't realize that we have. The improvements that have been done recently are fantastic. The improvements that are possible in the future are even better. That's just the winter side of it. I think the summer, the mountain biking trails have gone from a place that people avoided to a real magnet. The quality of trails on the Frisco Peninsula are fantastic. So I think, again, there's so much space out there. We can do more. We can develop hiking trails that are non-bike. I mean, I think we can address more user groups. So I think, the Frisco Peninsula and the whole recreation area and amenities are something that the town should never forget that they have, because there are many, many municipalities that would love to have this sort of add-on feature right here. As far as the third one, this is just boring nuts and bolts, but you guys know it better than me. Infrastructure, there's so much that we need to stay on top of, from parking to pedestrian movement, bike rules. This has been a pet peeve of mine for decades. You can ask Karen Stegelmeyer. I used to bug her when she was on the commission about it all the time, because the bike laws are different in every municipality. So you can run a stop sign in Breck, but you can't in Frisco. You can run a stop sign in, what's the neighborhood behind?
Whitework Park, right?
That's county, so you don't have to stop for a stop sign there, but you come around the corner, you're in Frisco, you do. So how do people know what the different rules are? Can you ride your bike through a pedestrian crosswalk? If you look at state statute, yes, you can. Like there are a lot of safety issues. I think biking is becoming so popular. We're lucky we haven't had an incident, and I think we do need to address sort of bike and pedestrian traffic in the summer, just from a responsibility point of view, because it's a problem that we luckily haven't had yet. But I hate it when no one puts up a stoplight until there's a fatal accident, right? So I think it's obvious that it's an issue. It's something we should probably address. I know it's super complicated between the town and CDOT and et cetera, but that's part of infrastructure that I think is important, is pedestrian and bike flow in the summer.
Yeah. Very good. Thanks for serving on the Arts Council.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate that. Dan?
Okay. Hey, Dan, how you doing? My name is Dan. With all the things we do, conflict can always arise when making decisions that impact citizens, Can you provide an example of a time when you encountered a conflict within a decision group? How did you or the group handle it, and what was the outcome? I know design was one of your things of bringing a lot of people together, and that's a
Right. I mean, that was sort of an everyday occurrence in that career. Just trying to think of, the better, thing to
it's probably kind of what you answered before for the first
answer
one,
that.
but
I mean, I also used to volunteer quite a bit when the kids were younger in the schools. I was on the BAAC and the SAC, so the building accountability committees, which are state mandated sort of parent boards. You meet once a month with the administration, and without shedding light on individuals or whatever, sometimes curricular arguments could be quite contentious. And I think we dealt with them as well as we could. And people felt very, very strongly about different issues, whether they were highlighting, math or reading, or, without getting into the nuts and bolts of it. But when you're with a group of educators and a group of highly concerned and often very motivated parents, it's a recipe for a contentious atmosphere, even though people would, wanted it to be collegiate. I think in the end, we managed to resolve our issues without it being ever, too terrible. I also learned that I probably didn't want to be on the school board.
Yeah.
That's a thankless job in this community that I think, unless you're exposed to it, you don't realize how much the people that do that work and how much credit they deserve for what they do.
Thanks. Cool. Thanks, Jamie. With that, we have some time left. We have one more question for you from Martin.
Please tell us what we might have heard or might not have heard or read about you that we need to know prior to considering you against other candidates.
Well, in my youth, I was a dancer. I graduated from school in the early 90s with a political economics degree, and decided that I kind of wanted to see the world, or at least the country, and drove all around and was sure I was going to move to California, but found this little gem and never left. Spent a long time as a moguls fanatic. Used to ski at A-Basin more than I should have. And again, like as the town just kind of got us, and we couldn't think of anywhere we'd rather be. So I think this is like our 31st or 32nd year here, and Frisco is, I would say, it's the best place I've ever lived. And I've considered public service and different options over time, but I used to travel for work a lot, and having young kids in school and volunteering in sports coaching, I just never felt like I could dedicate time to this. And now that my kids are moved on and I've changed careers, so I'm here all the time, I felt like I could honestly devote the time to council, where 10 years ago I probably would have in good conscience committed to it. So now I just feel sort of like my time has come, and I would really like to help contribute to this place that's made our life so special.
Great. Thank you, Jamie. One more thing. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I know housing is obviously on the top of everyone's mind. I take it very, very seriously, and I do think that something that the town has addressed properly, and I'm glad that it's being addressed, and I'm excited to get into the nuts and bolts and learn even more about it and try to find better and newer solutions or options, just to help us maintain what made us stay in Frisco, which was the interesting and diverse community. And if we allow ourselves to basically get priced out of that, then what made Frisco special may just disappear. And that would be highly unfortunate. So I think that's, not to just pound the same drum of housing, but it can't be overstated how important it is to the future of the community.
Great. Thank you very much. With that, we're good. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for your time, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we'll have a bit of a buffer, so
Correct.
just need maybe 5-10 minutes, whatever you'd like. So we can wait for our next candidate.
Yeah, so let's plan on a 5. If our candidate's here, we'll roll. Otherwise, we'll just wait for them to arrive. How's that? Cool.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Mayor, your next candidate is David Arnold.
Great. Hi, David. My name is Rick. Thanks for coming tonight and taking the time to be part of our process. We're going to go through a series of 5 questions. We may get to 6, or maybe some follow-up questions as we go through. Do you have any questions before we get going?
Well, thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, David, thank you for being here. I'm Martin. Start with the first question. There are times when residents may ask you to vote a particular way on an issue. But you must also consider long-term implications, community-wide concerns, and the potential for public criticism. How will you meet this unique set of challenges?
That's an interesting question. For the last 5 years, I've been volunteering on the Mountainside HOA. I started off as a member at large and moved up to VP, and now I serve as president. And those requests started coming in when I shifted to the vice president role. There were a lot of stakeholders who have very strong opinions. And it's hard. It can be very hard to deal with. The way I deal with it is reminding everyone that my vote is one of 9 on the HOA, or here would be one of 7. And primarily take the time to listen, hear them out, hear what they have to say.
Thank you for that, Mayor.
Great. So question number 2 is, describe a time when you worked with a diverse group of people to achieve a common goal. How did you ensure everyone's input was valued, and how did you contribute to the group's success?
Okay. Well, I worked in the arts for 30 years. I worked on Broadway for 20 years. So I've definitely had my share of collaboration with diverse groups of individuals. More locally, I think the example I'll use is Mountainside owns a 4-acre parcel in open space here in town. And we have 16 neighbors who all have very strong opinions about how they want to see that property used. The reality is they are a very small voice. Some of these neighbors have lived in these cabins their entire lives, and some are brand new and have very different motivations. And again, for me, coming into my role, the primary thing again was communication. I had to reach out to each of these 16 neighbors and sit down and have a conversation and try and bring them to the table.
We have a preservation committee for that property, and the best thing I found was to invite them to the process, have them come to the meeting, speak during the owner forum, and feel like they were being heard and participating.
Great.
Okay. My question is, please describe how you would react to or represent to the public a situation in which the council voted 4-3 on an issue, and let's just say it's a contentious issue.
Well, again, that comes up a lot in in the HOA. We have to, let me ask a question. Do you mean my reaction to the public or my reaction to the council if a motion doesn't go?
Your reaction to the council, and then how would you, if you're in public, represent that decision?
The reaction of the council is you win some, you lose some. I've certainly lost my share of motions over the years. And you just have to learn from it as best you can. And the community, I think it's the same as I noted before. It's open communication and listening. Got to keep a level head. Can't show that you were upset if you didn't get your way. Have to show a unified front on some level. So I think that's how I would handle it.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, David, for your interest in serving the community beyond Mountainside. I'm Andy. Nice to meet you. Workforce housing is the purview of most of our issues, but the town, we have a large budget that we have to allocate and we give direction towards that is well beyond workforce housing. Could you come up with 3 issues that you see that the town of Frisco, has influence over, or that we're guiding, that and what would, be important to you? What would be your agenda that way?
Is it what's important to me or what's important to the community?
Well, you
I think that's
could touch on both.
I'm sure you saw in my application, I've spent a lot of time volunteering with a focus on water conservation, working with Ryan in the water department and several of our partners at High Country Conservation. So that's really where one of the areas I have some expertise in and can assist with. Beyond that, I'm very intrigued by the Backyard Project. I know Sam Massman very well from White River National Forest, and I'm intrigued by that project. I work with Sam extensively on various other committees, and he's a great source to work with. So I'm very intrigued by that project. I'm a little concerned about 1,500 acres being cut down, but I want to get into the weeds on that and learn a little more on that project. And then because I have a second grader, I think public safety is number one for me. I'm very thankful when I see Officer Luke or Officer Tim over there watching out for the school. And you'll always find me over there every morning with the kids before school. So those are the things that are important to me. The historic preservation of the town is another thing that's kind of a personal hobby of mine. And my son has done some research projects on the history of Frisco, the history of Mountainside, the history of Frisco Elementary School, and it's been a real fun to be a part of that project.
Neat. Okay, that's great. I appreciate it. Dan?
Hello, Dave. How you doing, buddy?
Dan, how are you?
Doing good. Got a quick question here for you. As you know, in HOA, and it's probably some of the things you already described, conflict and making decisions that impact communities, and it's never everybody loves the decision. There's always some people that don't like it. I think you have. Can you, provide an example of a time when you encountered a conflict with a decision group, and how did the group handle it, and what was the outcome?
Boy, there's a lot of different ways I can go with this. So after I left theater, I started to work in architectural design consulting. And needless to say, we dealt with every union imaginable in many states and many municipalities. And there was always conflict every day. There's always conflict. And again, it comes back to communications. On the job site, it's communicating with the project heads. Here, it's communicating with the stakeholders. In the HOA, you deal with conflict by using the conduct of meeting policy to control the meeting, control when they can respond. If, but at specific examples, owners are always upset on my side with policy and things that go through. And again, it's just comes down to open communication. And most of the time, people just want to be heard.
Thanks for that. With that, we have some more time left. We're going to have one more question.
Please tell us what we might not have heard or read about you that we need to know prior to considering you against other candidates.
Well, I am very fortunate that I am a full-time stay-at-home father. So I contribute good 30, 40 hours a week to my community when I'm not taking care of my son, and I have the time to commit to this committee. I know this is a very large time commitment, and so I think that's what I'll share with you at this time. Beyond that, most of my focus is really on my 7-year-old son, chasing him around town, walking to school every day, and all of the issues that local parents face with early education and childcare. I think I'll leave you with that.
Thank you.
With that, we have a little more time. Just, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Thank you for the opportunity. And independent of this, I look forward to meeting and working with you all and other things around town. We've made this our forever home. We're not going anywhere. So we'll be here for a while. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, thank you.
David Sam Massman is quality individual.
Yes.
Reach out sometime, whatever happens here. I'd love to talk about the backyard project.
Yes. Great. He has taught me quite a bit.
Yeah.
He is a knowledge base to tap into.
That's
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Last time, Stacy, if they're here, we'll keep going.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's been a huge introvert of like ERA and all of the trails that,
How we doing?
you know, you were trying to push it initially, like that's been saying.
On time.
Yeah.
Are we
So
doing
it's pretty neat.
Oh, well, right?
It is going. Yeah, well, before consistent.
Is it going too fast?
No,
I mean, that's not ours.
I mean, we don't need to ask 12 questions. No.
Poor Danny,
I
it's
just
the last one, it's like, they've already answered it.
I know. Conflicts.
I like your delivery though. You're getting the groove, man. Now you're the best one.
Well, the answer.
You're like, conflict. Oh.
That's funny.
The other one out there, we got a minute or something? We're just gonna take a little pause until our next candidate arrives.
Right.
Yeah. He's coming in.
Did you ever dive into any of those snowdrifts?
Yeah. I do,
Those
Dos Hoyos
Yeah.
and, car wash.
Okay.
Car wash is still one of those unknown ones where you pay the property owner $5. Yeah.
Those isn't no of any.
Yes. Yes.
Your next candidate is Zach Ryan.
Great. Hi, Zach. Thanks for coming in and being part of our process tonight. We'll save time at the end for the story of your adventures. But with that, we're going to have a series of 5 questions for you, perhaps with time for a follow-up 6 questions. Some folks might have follow-up questions throughout the process. If you need any clarity, feel free to ask. If you need the question reread, let me know, or let whomever was reading it to you know. With that, do you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks for being here tonight. I'm Martin. First question is, there are going to be times when residents may ask you to vote a particular way on an issue. You also have to consider long-term implications, county-wide, community-wide concerns, and the potential for public criticism. How would you meet this unique set of challenges?
Absolutely. So I think that being part of a public service, especially on council, you should be approachable. The community should feel comfortable coming to you, expressing their opinions, expressing how they feel you should vote. I think as a council member, your job is to make the best decision for the community, not for any individual, not for yourself. So I think that those type of conversations should be taken into advisement. I think that they should certainly sway your opinion, especially if you have numerous community members coming to you with a similar opinion. But in the end, as a seated council member, you need to make the best decision for the town. And that's going to be affected by your community, people who have come to you, your personal story, your personal beliefs. And then, based on what the town vision is and the goals of the town. So I think that, taking community members' opinions into advisement and utilizing those to make an informed decision is important, but never making a decision solely based on one member of the community or the electorate and how they want to sway you.
All right, thank you.
Great, Zach. I have question number 2 for you. Describe a time when you worked with a diverse group of people to achieve a common goal. How did you ensure everyone's input was valued, and how did you contribute to the group's success?
I think we face those situations a lot in life, especially in a town council type role. We're working with a diverse electorate, a lot of different opinions. Conflict is inevitable in life. People are going to have their different opinions, and a lot of people are going to really stick to their guns and find that their opinions might be more important than others. If I need to think of a personal situation, I would share an anecdote of a community event that I am a co-organizer of called the Peak 10 Classic. It's a summer ski event in Breckenridge. And for many years, it was a grassroots event. It was something that the community just came together and would go skiing on the 4th of July Bowl on the 4th of July. However, this past year, as that event grew, it got to a point where the U.S. Forest Service was involved. Breckenridge Ski Resort was involved. We had a whole bunch of different stakeholders, all with different priorities for that event. And we were successful in receiving a U.S. Forest Service non-commercial recreation permit. But that took about 4 months of conversations with the Forest Service, conversations with Breckenridge Ski Resort, conversations with our community members and the folks who had attended. I found that open communication was the most important thing there. It was remaining open to all perspectives and opinions of the event and how it should be run. And certainly some things changed. There was conflict along the way, whether that was the Forest Service saying what was or wasn't permitted under a U.S. Forest Service permit, or whether that was Breckenridge Ski Resort and how they had the ability to access or control access to that piece of land that was actually national forest, as well as community members who were upset that we were considering making that event official in getting a permit. And they just wanted to see it as it was, as it always had been. So I think by having those open lines of communication, you're able to really hear all sides. You're able to find a consensus and kind of an agreement between all parties. So I think that's the most important part to that question is conflict is inevitable, especially in a role like this, town council. But again, listening to all parties, doing your best to make the best decision for all parties involved, all stakeholders. You're certainly never going to be able to make everybody happy. And some people won't be happy with the decisions you make, but doing your best there just to hear all sides and figure out a consensus that works the best for everybody.
Thank you.
Hey, Zach, here's my question. Please describe how you would react to or represent to the public a situation in which the council voted 4-3 on an issue. And let's say that it was a really contentious issue.
That's the clarifying question. Does my vote, was I part of the 4, was I part of the 3? Interpretation.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I think that is a core part of democracy. We have these elected officials, you all sit in front of me, and you guys are here to represent myself, the rest of the town. Things aren't always going to be unanimous, but I think that's kind of a valuable part of our democracy. And I think that irrelevant of what side I was on, I would be, if I was a seated member of council, I would be representing council as a whole. I'm not out there for my individual interests. I'm not there to push my own agenda, but I'm there to make the best decision for the town. And part of that, sometimes you're not on the side, your opinion might not be the one, or the way you vote might not be the one that wins. But as a unanimous board, as a council, we need to get on board. Once that decision has been made, I think it's important to stand by your fellow council members. Let's say I was in the minority of that vote, to stand by my fellow council members and accept the decision. That's part of the process. Once that vote has happened, it doesn't matter what my personal opinions are. It doesn't matter what my vote was. We need to be able to represent the town. We need to be able to represent the council as a whole. So I think getting on board and sharing that with the community is to, this is the process, this is the decision that was made, and we'll be on board going forward.
Thank you.
Hi, Zach. Andy. So workforce housing is first and foremost for most of us, and you for sure as a young person trying to make it in this town. But beyond workforce housing, we have a large budget with the town, and we have to allocate it, and we have to give direction towards many different things beyond workforce housing. Can you give me like 3 other issues that are things that are maybe important to you, but also things that you might think that are, the town of Frisco has influence over, and or, direction that we're going?
Absolutely. First off, I'd like to express gratitude both to our current council and Summit County government as a whole. I think we've made huge strides towards workforce housing. I think that's really important, but that's not the question. I would say that the issues that I care about here in Frisco are a lot of the reasons that I fell in love with this community, the reason I want to live here long term, the reason I have lived here for the past decade. It's the culture, it's this community that we've created. I think it's really important that our council is informed, and obviously everyone that's seated right now has been part of this community for quite some time. I think we all have similar reasons as to why we fell in love with Frisco, but making informed decisions for our community that are going to be able to continue that culture, that character that Frisco has. We're different than the rest of the towns in Summit County, and in my opinion, I think we're the most desirable town to live in. So really making decisions to make sure that we stay true to our culture, we stay true to the character of Frisco. A second thing that I heard as I was, filling out my petition for council here, from a lot of residents was that every town has core services, in ensuring that our town staff, has the tools and resources they need to implement those services. Things as basic as making sure roads are plowed and, sure, we all know we live in 9,000 feet and we're gonna get snow, so sometimes those roads may not be plowed at 6 a.m., but, making sure that our town staff has the tools needed, and the resources needed to keep those core services in town. And I think that really comes down to this commitment that the town council has made in their strategic plan to making sure that services are efficient, that they're approachable, that everything we need to get done is getting done. And then also, I think Frisco and all mountain communities have a really not a difficult time, but something that's important right now is balancing growth, and our history, our character. Everywhere is growing. We're seeing new developments. But Frisco has a pretty cool, unique historical background. So I think that circles back to the character of our community and the culture, but making sure that we don't lose that sense of history that we have, while making sure that we're forging a progressive path forward and doing what we can to grow this community in a sustainable way.
Well said. Thank you.
Hey, Zach, Dan Kibbe. I see you again. My question is about conflict. And as you know, we all have conflict when we're making decisions for the community. And I'm kind of wondering whether you can provide an example of time when you encountered a conflict with a decision group. How did you or the group handle it, and what was the outcome?
Absolutely. So, I've already spoken about conflict and differing opinions so far, but to try and bring up a real life example, I guess, in my adult life, at 32 years old, I moved here to Frisco when I was 21. I was working at Copper Mountain. Most of my professional experience here in Summit County has been as a ski coach, or at Whole Foods Market. At Whole Foods Market here in Frisco, I was a supervisor in various different departments. And oftentimes what seemed like, the large corporation field, you got that. As a base level worker, as a supervisor, we had to answer to our higher ups, both that were here in the community, but also that might be in an office in Denver or Boulder, corporate offices. And corporations, certainly, a lot of these decisions are top down. And then we need to just implement those as a supervisor or as an employee. A lot of times it feels like there's a disconnect there between that corporate level. They're not here in the store every day. They don't know the community that we're trying to serve. And as a supervisor, I found that what was most important to me was making sure that my employees felt supported. We know what it's like to operate a business here in Summit County or work for a business. And high turnover is a real thing. Trying to retain talented employees can be really tough. So I would say that in my experience there at Whole Foods, my priority as a supervisor was always to make sure that my employees had what they needed or felt supported in doing their job. I didn't want to lose our valuable employees. When we had someone, once we invested in training, I didn't want to say, oh, we have these 6 new programs that we're going to implement today because our corporate office said we have to. And sometimes that wasn't received well from my bosses, my managers. So I think it was finding balance of making sure that the people above me understood why I was making those decisions, that my priority was to support our employees, to make sure that they felt they had the resources they need to do their job, that they didn't feel overwhelmed by new programs. And if we had new programs that were coming from the top down, making sure the employees below me understood why we were pushing these programs. So again, it comes down to that communication, making sure that the people that I was supervising understood why these programs were coming or why they might be important, or the higher ups felt that they were important. And then also making sure that those above me understood how implementing these programs could negatively impact our workforce, or make their jobs much harder or potentially increase turnover.
Great, thanks for that. We have time for another question, so we're gonna bring one more on.
Zach, please tell us what we might not have heard or read about you that we need to know prior to considering you against other candidates.
Absolutely. So I'm sure you guys have had a lot of reading this week with all the applicant packets. A lot of good questions in there, and some of the stuff in that packet I think is stuff that my friends, my acquaintances, my coworkers might not even know about me. There's some somewhat personal stuff in there, but nothing out of the ordinary. And I guess I would say that I'm here applying to be on town council because this is the community that I've spent the majority of my life in. As a 32-year-old adult, at 18 years at home, but this is where I've really been able to spend most of my time as an adult, where I can make my own decisions. This is the biggest chapter in my life where I've grown the most. And I want to be able to give back to my community. I'm here not to push a personal agenda. I'm not here because I know everything or I'm an expert on the issues that face the town. But I'm here because this town has provided a lot for me, and it's really provided a home. It's provided this community that I want to make my forever community, my forever home. And so I'm here not to act like an expert, but I'm here to listen and learn and be able to give back to this community that I care so much about. Whether or not I am selected for this council seat, and whoever's tuning in online, I'd love you to remember my face and know that I'm a part of the Frisco community. If you see me out and about, I'd love to chat. I'd love to chat about what you love about Frisco, what you think Frisco might need to do better, or how we can do better. And overall, that I'm going to be here, whether or not I'm a seated council member. This is my community, and I certainly hope for the opportunity to work with you all in the future, and work with all of our electorate as well.
Thank you for that, Zach.
Great, thanks, Zach. With that, time is allowing, so is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I don't, nothing major, but just again, gratitude for the current council, everything you guys do. I think that in my 10 years here in Frisco, I haven't been extremely active in town politics, but obviously I think like most of us, we know that it's a struggle to make it work here in a mountain community, especially one like Frisco. And so I just appreciate what you guys do, the actions you have made, as well as, the county government towards affordable housing. That's obviously an issue that's close to most of our hearts. But yeah, just gratitude for what you guys do. And it feels like the town's headed in the right direction. So I'd love to be a part of that, and let's just keep it rolling.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Zach.
With that, we're all set. Thanks.
Actually, you do have to fill us in and what happened that it wasn't in the lift line.
Yeah. So I've obviously met with everyone in front of me, or spoken with everyone. And for most of you, I wasn't on crutches when we sat down and chatted. But this past Friday at Copper Mountain, they had I have to say, big mountain ski competition. That is the type of skiing that I coach as well for youth athletes here in Summit County. So my youth athletes did great earlier in the week on Tuesday and Wednesday, a few top spots on the podium. And then, when it comes to competitive skiing, I'm on the older side of the realm at 32 years old. I'm not going to the Freeride World Tour. I'm not going to X Games. But I do like to step into the start gate at least once or twice a year to keep my head on straight and make sure that my athletes know I practice what I preach. And so I was competing on Friday at Copper Mountain and attempted to do a backflip off of a cliff at the top of my run. It was something that I'd done many times before, and came around to my feet and it was pretty much landed it, but my momentum kept me going back a little bit, and lost both my skis and got up and was able to ski off the hill and get out of the woods. And when I got home that night, my knee had swollen up about twice the size of my other knee, and I realized I might have an issue. So luckily, with some of the best doctors in the world when it comes to knees, I got an MRI yesterday, and I just got the call about an hour before I came here. I don't have a torn ACL. I do have a slightly broken tibial plateau, so a small bone break. Nothing was displaced, and a mild ACL and MCL tear. So I'll be non-weight bearing, crutching around for about a month, out of sport for six to 12 weeks. So certainly not worst case scenario. And one of those things that we know the risk of skiing. We're all here most of us are here to appreciate the outdoors, and we know the risks that come with it. So no regrets here, or nothing to really be upset about. I'm just glad it's not a full 6-month ACL recovery, non-surgical. So you guys will see me crutching around for a couple weeks.
Good luck.
Good luck. It's not that either.
Right, rehab, right.
You got good rehab as well. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Zach.
Yeah, good thing you didn't let him walk out of here
Yeah.
without knowing.
After we just heard that story of, in the lift line,
You see how he just tried to hurt you.
I'm not doing a backflip in the lift line either. I was just standing there.
Right.
Just to clarify.
Yeah. That's
Well, a
great.
buddy of mine, he got flipped by a little girl on a snowboard. He was just standing there and took him out. Probably could have had those bindings.
Oh, no. Oh, would have helped him.
It was a Bo Dixon.
Everyone good to keep going?
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
He just fell over 2 detached Achilles tendons.
Oh,
Walked to his house.
oh,
Then he drove all the way to Washington, where he lives in the summer. He found out there he's just like
Without Achilles tendons.
two detached, both of them. So he had to lay in his living room for like 5 months,
oh my gosh.
in traction. But he made it. He drove all the way. Yeah, he lives in Copper, but it was the last day of the season, Easter. He just skied. Bo Dixon.
Bo Dixon?
Yeah. The little kid just knocked him
Oh
off.
my
a little bit,
gosh.
and,
Oh,
he
no.
felt some pain.
I blame a little kid.
Yeah. Always the kid's fault. 2 detached.
So Mo Dixon has been playing guitar and singing at JJ's now, or at
Copper.
Copper for 40 years or something. Yeah,
I've been there 4 years, so he's
double Achilles tear. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, your final candidate of the evening is Callie McCurt.
Hi, Callie.
Hi.
I'm Rick. I'm just gonna line out a little bit of what we got going on tonight. We're gonna ask you 5 questions and probably we'll get to a 6th. There may be some follow-up questions as we work through the process. If you want to hear a question repeated, just ask. If you want clarification, just ask. With that, do you have any questions before we get going?
I do not.
Here's Mark.
Callie, I'm Martin. Thanks for being here tonight, being a part of this process. First question we have for you is, there are going to be times when residents may ask you to vote a particular way on an issue, but you also have to consider long-term implications, community-wide concerns, and the potential for public criticism. How will you meet this unique set of challenges?
An important part of being on council is assessing all sides, how it's going to impact the neighborhood, how it's going to impact the local workforce, and considering every aspect of it. I know it may be hard to be swayed, to not be swayed one way or another, but assessing the situation all the way around before making any sort of judgment call, maybe stepping in and seeing it for yourself on a field trip or something, if it's like a neighborhood dispute or a disagreement between 2 business owners, like go and kind of feel it out and get the situation and then see both sides and then be able to make a decision.
All right, thank you for that.
Question number 2. Describe a time when you worked with a diverse group of people to achieve a common goal. How did you ensure everyone's input was valued, and how did you contribute to the group's success?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Describe a time when you worked with a diverse group of people to achieve a common goal. How did you ensure everyone's input was valued, and how did you contribute to the group's success?
Kind of similar to the last question, just seeing it from all sides. Kind of putting my own opinion outside of it and talking it out and seeing what everyone's point of view is and trying to discuss constructively amongst each other and see if there's anything that they can think about that would be good for the long term, how it's going to impact tomorrow. And a situation that I had recently was someone complaining about snow removal. I previously worked in Public Works. I was the office manager, and there was disagreements about where the right-of-way was. And it's just kind of educating the public on letting them know that it's actually 10 feet from the edge of pavement, you know, and some people disagree with that, but that's what it is. And then hopefully the next storm, they kind of don't put their snow in the right of way and they keep it on their property, not crossing the street to move their snow, just kind of outlining all of the guidelines to come to a common agreement.
Great, thank you.
Hi, Callie. I'm Elizabeth. And my question for you is, please describe how you would react to or represent to the public. Let me start over. Please describe how you would react to or represent to the public a situation in which the council voted 4-3 on a particular issue.
I would let them know that we discussed it at length, maybe once, twice, 3 times before we came to an agreement. And that's kind of just how it happened. And we can always circle back to things, maybe a few years down the line. If something isn't working out, we can always revisit it. If that citizen I'm explaining the situation to is still like unwary of it and doesn't like it, then tell them to come to council and give public comment, and we can talk about it. Nothing's ever set in stone. Thank you.
Hi, Callie. I'm Andy. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your interest. Thanks for your service for Public Works and beyond within the town. I know you've been there. So workforce housing is you know, at the top of most of our lists as far as what's important, but you know, the town has a very large budget that we have to allocate and we give direction towards. Can you come up with 3 issues or so that, you know, the town of Frisco has influence over, and or you know, what's important to you, and you know, what are the things that you see as major issues that, you know, we have to tackle and or that you would want to tackle?
Workforce housing is definitely top of mind, but it can't let anything else go by the wayside because of that. I like seeing what council has done with Granite Park and talking about discussions with 602 Galena, 101 West Main. Those are great projects. They're gonna house a lot of people someday. It's gonna be great. I've also been privy to the like environmental sustainability discussions that have been going on and the voluntary water restrictions that were imposed last year, pay as you throw. Those are important too. I think also Frisco's unique geographically. We attract visitors and tourists alike. They thrive, like we need them in our community, but we also have a local workforce that needs attention too. And things locals care about are like coming home at the end of the workday, not finding parking in their condo building because it's full of short-term rentals. Like that's a valid concern. Hoping those short-term rentals are abiding by the guidelines that they're supposed to be with the parking, the trash, the noise. Those are things locals really care about. They also want to see our visitors and guests, treating Frisco kindly like we do. We don't want to see dog poop on the trails. We would like pathways that are clean and we're able to get around and enjoy the community. That's why we're here. But we want to see our guests also abiding by those kinds of things that are considerations about living here.
Yeah, thank you. It's obvious you've been involved and you kind of know what's going on, and that's a good thing. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Dan?
Hello, Kelly.
Hi.
I'm Dan.
Hi, Dan.
I go by your house every day there. As you know, conflicts and decision making and for the community, it can be hard. So can you provide an example of a time when you encountered a conflict within a decision group? How did you or the group handle it, and what was the outcome?
Conflicts arise all the time. When I was in Public Works, snow removal was pretty much the number one, and potholes throughout town. If a pothole was reported, I would tell the street supervisor. They would send crews out and get on it as fast as possible. Same with snow removal, as I mentioned before, piles in places they shouldn't be, and ice on sidewalks, same kind of concern. Would send the crew out, take care of it, timely. Trying to talk it through with people and let them, the citizens or the person making the concern or the complaint, letting them know where we stand as a town, but also taking care of it in timely. Yeah.
Thanks. Great, thanks for that. We have more time. We're going to ask you our sixth question.
Please tell us what we might not have heard or read about you that we need to know prior to considering you against the other candidates.
I started employment with the town of Frisco in 2014. I worked guest services at the Tubing Hill, and you see a lot of people coming through the Tubing Hill doors. And then 2 years of that, I went full-time with Frisco, and I was a maintenance operator in the grounds department. And I ran the Main Street Flower Show for 3 summers, and one of those summers being COVID. And just because we had a difficult time hiring people in 2020, townwide, people were still coming. They were trying to come. And so the flowers needed to look good. I still needed to show up to work every day and make them look good. And we had no flower staff. And so I was out there every day. And it seemed like Groundhog's Day for a lot, but it's for bigger picture, having it look nice. That's what people like. And so that's probably something you didn't know about me. I was out there, had my headphones in, and watered and deadheaded all day, every day. And it was important. It was really important. You have to protect the investment because it's a lot of money. And still went through doing that for, 3 summers. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Great, thank you. And do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, I've been watching council. I think you guys are doing great, especially with all the tough conversations about budget and of course, workforce housing and everything else that goes with it, and ordinances and everything that are being passed. I'm impressed with the direction Frisco's going. So
great. Thank you. Thank you for participating and coming tonight.
Thank you. Thanks for your service to the town.
Thank you.
I do. So I'm just gonna take this time, Stacy, thanks for all the facilitation. I'm gonna take this time just to mention that we are out of order tonight as usual. I wanted to get it out there. It's a little late. I apologize. But we wanted to prioritize our interviews so that we can get these positions filled. Public comment will be coming up here real soon. And then, yeah, we just completed our second group of 4, which was after our evening break. So with that, yeah. Is everyone good to continue? Do we need a break before we keep going? Great. With that, our first agenda item this evening is going to be instructions to the clerk to proceed to fulfill the second town council vacancy in accordance with the Frisco Home Rule, Article 2, Section 7 vacancies. And with that, I've spoken to the council as a whole. We had a recent change in schedule, but it actually brings our timeline closer. Tom, do you want to speak to this, or you want me to just keep growing?
I sure can.
Okay.
Councilmember Aronson, originally was, wanting his vacancy to be filled after March 1st. He talked to me today and he's okay with it being filled as soon as possible. So it's probably more efficient and might be better for your deliberation, or it could be better for your deliberation to do them both at the same time.
Great. With that, gang, so the timeline, we've talked about it a little bit. So we will be deliberating for the next 2 weeks. As we discussed earlier, the goal and expectation is that we come back next meeting with our top 3 candidates. We're going to work with Stacy to come together to see where we land as far as who's our number 1, 2, and 3 overall amongst us 5. So that's on the 25th of March. And then of February, 25th of February. And we will appoint 2 positions that evening. And then on March 11th, we will swear those 2 positions in. And then we'll move forward. Everyone okay with that timeline?
Did that just change though? Because
Yes.
okay.
You and I had discussed a different timeline.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I read it in the packet that it was 2 separate ones.
Yep. And Andy has the ability to vacate this seat a little bit earlier. So we're going to go with a clean transition with 2 appointments and 2 swearing-ins.
And
So you're looking for a motion to direct the clerk to proceed with an appointment process, not a special election on that, just to be expressed for the record, an appointment process, not a special election for the newly vacant council seat, which you intend to fill by motion at the meeting of the 25th.
Makes sense to everybody?
yes.
Do I have?
Yeah, if you say something.
Motion that's made by the honorable town attorney, as stated.
A motion has been made to approve our process to not do a special election, move forward with an appointment of our 2 vacancies on February 25th with swearing in on March 11th. With that, would you please call the question?
So Aronson is absent. Allen. Inge.
Yes.
Scripcheck, Adrian.
Yes.
Held. Kibbe. Okay, thank you very much for that instruction.
With that, our next we have 2 more items this evening. They're both going to take place in executive session. Disregard it. We're going to move on to consent agenda this evening. So with that, any discussion in consent agenda or a motion?
A motion to accept the consent agenda.
Gotcha.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded to approve the consent agenda. With that, would you please call the question? And please let the record show that Councilman Aronson has arrived.
Okay. Allen.
Yes.
Inge.
Yes.
Scripcheck, Adrian. Held.
Yeah.
Kibbe.
Yes.
And Councilmember Aronson, would you like to vote to approve the consent agenda this evening?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I would like to vote. My vote is yes.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Great. With that, we'll move on to mayor and council comments.
no codes.
What have you guys been up to?
Yeah. No, talk more later, but I just want to appreciate you. I want to express my appreciation for the burden I've added to council by buying a house outside of Frisco. So thank you for filling the seat, for doing the work. I apologize for the frustration. I'm glad Lisa paved the way, so I'm sort of just flopping. But I'm not happy about leaving, but life moves on.
Great. Thanks, Andy.
So thank you for taking up the burden.
Congratulations.
It's not done till it's done. From 9 till 11 on Saturday, it was not going forward. But
So
now it is. We're good.
With that, I just wanted to,
Thanks, Andy, for your service. It's been an honor serving with you.
Not gone yet.
try it.
right. I just want to acknowledge the hard work and the great event we had this weekend with some fresh snow, which slowed the course down for me to be able to complete the Frisco Gold Rush, which was then followed by our spontaneous combustion, which was, I've been to a lot of them. This one was very well attended with a great recipient of the nonprofit, and the fireworks, of course, were fabulous. I had a busy weekend with visitors in town. I then followed that up with a visit to the tubing hill, and we had the best tubing I've ever had with cold snow and warm, sunny weather. And again, our experiences with the staff and the folks that were intermixing out there was awesome. And I wanted to give a shout out to the Lady Rail Jam that was on all day Saturday, and it was very well attended. So that was super cool to see. My wife and her sister were over there hooting and hollering for the ladies on the rails. It was cool. So thanks to staff for that. With that, you want updates? No updates. Thanks, Tom. And then do we have any public comment?
We might have one online. We're gonna just see here.
Don't see any in chambers for the record.
We do have one online. Phil Cobb. Go ahead and unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Boy, you guys have some good choices to make. I saw 5 that I really liked of the 8, and all 8 of them, I would encourage them to get involved with other committees and so on of the town too. Some folks had really good groundings in town service already, and I encourage you to look to them to be in your top 3. I heard only 1 or 2 really spoke to one of the things that's near and dear to my heart: infrastructure. And it's not showy or anything, but it's, I think one person even said, nuts and bolts of the town. And there's all sorts of things like water rights, curbs and gutters, and all sorts of things in infrastructure. And I hope whoever you pick gets a better grounding in those. There were only a few mentions of the Lake Hill development. I would like to see someone on council who's somewhat up to speed on that. Folks who talk to you guys and attend council meetings, they rise higher in the mass to me too. And I think they're like babes to the slaughter. I mean, you guys have been there long enough. You know the time and the commitment it takes. Most of the people seem to have the time to dedicate to it. That should be a factor in your decision making too. I thank all 8 for showing up, and like I said, I hope they get involved, and I'll be interested to see who your final 3 are, and go for it, guys. Thanks. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Bill. Do we have any other public comment online?
Just giving it a couple seconds, but I don't see anything, Mr. Mayor.
Got it. Thank you. I don't see any further public comment. And with that, we'll close public comment and perhaps move on to our first two agenda items tonight. And that, for clarity, we're going to read them together for one executive session.
Mr. Mayor, I move we move into executive session for agenda item 3, an executive session pursuant to section 24-6-402 4B CRS concerning conferences with an attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific questions concerning a construction dispute on a certain project of the town, and 2, section 24-6-402 4E CRS concerning the determination of positions relative to matters subject to negotiation, to develop strategy for negotiations and to instruct negotiators concerning a construction dispute on a certain project of the town. And agenda item number 4, an executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute Section 24-6-402 4F concerning personnel to discuss the town manager's performance evaluation.
Great. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second to move into the two aforementioned executive session items. With that, can we call the question? Yes.
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 Aronson.
Yes.
And Allen.
Yes. Great. Take a few minutes.
Switch over the.
Switch over.